Well, maybe that got it. To quote the great Ozzy Osbourne, I don't know. So this is going to be a pretty shaky stream. Hey, I'm glad to be back. Connection to the server has been lost. I have a feeling I should be like screaming at my local cable company. Okay. It looks like a live stream.
Is it working?
Well, I had to switch over. I'm using my phone as a personal hotspot. Fortunately, I'm on a company-issued cell phone, so if I use 1 trillion megabits of data, then they can bill my company, and I don't care. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck. Did we get a letter from Cox saying that they were going to start charging us in a month or two for bandwidth? Do you recall reading that? You don't pay any attention.
No.
It's either a bill or you throw it in the trash.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have to call those rat bastards. I had some more choice words I would have rather used, but I'm trying to keep it PG-13. Possibly what's going on is our cable company wants to start charging people for using more than 1 terabyte of data per month. Between Netflix and Hulu and my wife's falling asleep in front of Murder, She Wrote, and
fabulous.
My video game playing and streaming, I would guess that we're the poster children for overusage of bandwidth. So I'm thinking what might have happened is they might be throttling my upload speed tonight. They could just be having technical problems too, I don't know. But in any event, I tried rebooting the computer. I've tried rebooting the cable modem and rebooting the router. I've been running speed test, and the download speed seems to be fine, which is weird. It's the upload speed that's severely crippled. Normally we get about 7 megabits per second, and I'm at less than 1 megabit on the cable modem setup. So this whole stream is actually being brought to you courtesy of the personal hotspot feature of my iPhone 5C, issued from work. So we'll give this a try. I'd rather play than not play. Looks like the viewership says it's at 4 instead of 55, so at least if it's a horrible stream, I'm not embarrassing myself in front of too many people. It looks like we got quite a few viewers in the channel, so I haven't been able to trust the watching now Feature seems to be pretty random lately here on Twitch anyway. So thank you for putting up with that very rough start to the stream. Still not sure what's going on there, and I can either play or go fight with the cable company. So I would rather play since it is my scheduled time. Welcome to Adventures After Dark. I am Big Ed Mustafa, your host for this evening, and we are continuing the adventures of Little Ed Mustafa here in the land of Rohan. So without further ado, we have a stream. Let's get to it. We'll see what the hobbits has sent. Giant pile of silver. Just what every burglar loves. Money.
These lands are not to be traveled lightly.
Hi, Maiden, and Zinger, and everybody else in chat. Remember, boys and girls, you should do your task turn-ins every day. They're extremely good for you. And in my case, I need to do them just to clear up inventory slots. We're getting crazy mad experience. We're opening up pack slots. It's a glorious thing. And if you just do 10 a day, you'll be good to go. We've got some new mail. Legendary item opened. Let's go find a mailbox and see what's what, shall we? Well, by golly, there's a mailbox right here. Somewhere. Oh, inside the auction hall. I guess we can stick our head in real quick. My keyboard seems to crap out on me, so my 2 W and S don't seem to be working. Yeah, it could be worse. At least my keyboard's working. From Little Ed. Oh, I sent Stealth Arena some Rivendell's rich soil and a nice carp, and she never picked him up. Well, if you run into Terry Adwin, gang, let her know I was thinking of her anyway. I figured she might cook a fish, even if All Up never will. Hey, Deathman, howdy. Mrs. Mustafa wanders by. I'll see if I can get her to bring me the charge cord for the phone so we can keep the stream going.
Okay, so we don't have internet?
We have internet. We don't have upstream, which doesn't bother you. Would you bring me the charge cord for my phone when you get the chance?
I already thought of it. Just a second.
All right, honey. Let's see what we got in the old quest queue. Got some stuff to do out in the east wall. I think little Ed is mostly done with the wold, other than deeds and things. So let's light these up and we'll ride out to the east wall.
I say hi to everybody.
And Mrs. Mustafa wishes a hearty hello to all of our friends out there on Twitch. Talk to Aethelward in the Mead Hall of Cliving. Spoiler alert, he turns out to be a dick.
Honey,
I'm just saying.
don't need to use the D word.
Oh, trust me. With what our ISP is putting me through this evening, I consider them aptly named. Oh.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Do 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 do.
Okay. Phone's charging. Maiden of Rohan says hello, as does Zinger. Oh, and Terry was just podcasting. Find fallen saddlebags. I've been out here in Eastern Rohan on my hunter on Arkenstone cleaning up some old deeds. She's making wonderful progress, but I almost stopped to try to pick up oak. And of course, little Ed is a prospector, so that would have been quite a feat if I could have pulled it off. Anyway, my apologies. I'm starting to get settled back in here. I hope everybody's having a good week of LOTRO playing. Maiden of Rohan, what have you been up to tonight? You getting any LOTRO played? Having any fun? How you coming with your captain on Landreval? I've been trying to tempt a Maiden of Rohan with a Walnettos for Space Cheese exchange, or Moon Cheese. I think Mrs. Mustafa will be interested in that as well. Little Cappy's growing up fast. Good to hear. Yeah, if you're used to playing burglars, you might be pleasantly surprised at how fast and easy it is to level a heavy armor character. I was just trying to find my burglar's find the path skill. It's always confusing if you're taking two different characters through the same area. I'm having hunter flashbacks again. I failed to burgle. I'm deeply ashamed. Find an orc wielding a sword. I think he's up here in this base. So we're going to go into stealth ninja assassin mode, because that's a real thing for hobbits as far as you know. And I successfully burgled, although they then noticed me burgling. I couldn't read what it was I burgled. Must have been a Westfold Athos potion. Not gonna let me up there. That's okay. I think it's the burly orc. I burgled the Celebrant salve this time and collected the stolen sword. Lots of severed heads on pikes, that's always fun. Some murder mark scarn to poach. No Blues 917, you can burgle a burglar. Hey Olip, how's it going, man? I'm having a hell of a night so far. If you guys don't hear from me, it'll be because I was charged with making terroristic threats at my ISP. The nice people over at Cox Communications are frustrating me a bit tonight. The stream is actually being brought to you courtesy of my AT&T cell phone and the personal hotspot feature, which is a sad statement on my ISP. I guess we'll saddle up. If I could just remember where that stupid orc is who took the pouch of gold.
I will hold on to the sword for now.
Find dead orc glade.
I think I remained here in idleness too long, because I did not.
He thinks he does protest too much. That's Shakespeare. That's right, you're getting LOTRO and you're getting Shakespeare all in one stream tonight. It's like double the value. Hey, I know my friend Alapenya is here in chat. This is a character called Little Ed Mustafa. He is a burglar, and we actually have an all-burglar kin here on Brandywine. It's called the 40 Thieves. If you ever get the chance all up, you should roll up a burglar and maybe come try it sometime. It is a lot of fun. And rumor has it that Spider Pig might be lurking in chat. If so, hello to Spider Pig. Too far away. I think they want water from upstream from the orc corpses. Which means I got some splashing to do. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, man, I sure wish little Ed would try fishing here. Well, since I know that's what everybody wants to see, we'll go ahead and do some fishing here. Because this would be a pretty good place to fish. And if you get downstream of the orcs, the catfish should grow really large down there. It'll probably taste a little funny. Three-spine stickleback. We'll go ahead and fish, catch, and release. While the three-spine stickleback in and of itself is not a particularly good catch, they're generally only found where there are good catches to be had, so it's still a positive sign for this fishing area. We'll see if we can reel something else in. Well, that's good. Another three-spined. I might have pulled the gun on that one a little early. Yep. Not only have I failed to burgle, I have failed to fish. I'm having that kind of night. Now I got a 9-spine stickleback. So no trophies, no game fish, but you know, it's all good. At least we have fished. Remember that orcs don't fish. Fishing is what separates us from the evil in Middle Earth. You have to fish if you want to fight evil. Finish helping the Rohirrim. We got some more ore to scoop up. I saw they just put out a new producer's letter. I have not had a chance to read it yet. I was scrambling to get home. I had everything set up for the stream tonight and was all ready to go at 9 o'clock and then couldn't get the internet to run. So that was a thing. A very upsetting thing that made me use choice language. Choice language not repeatable here on LOTRO stream. I'm looking for a purse of gold. Let's go ahead and make that the quest guide focus.
Sausage and chips. You okay?
Although eating live on camera is one of my 3 pillars of successful streaming. Just gonna stick with the Coke Zero for now.
Right, I gotta edit.
Alright, well good luck with that.
Amen.
I decided to play around with the text in game a little bit tonight. If you see on the screen, I was mentioning that if you want to catch all of the latest LOTRO news, you can check out LOTROplayers.com and also check out LOTROreporter.com. There's 2 excellent podcasts coming out of LOTRO Players, which would be Players News and Players Academy. And of course, MMO Reporter hosts LOTRO Reporter. Lots of good folks involved with both of those projects. And more than once in a while when I'm at the office, if I'm editing spreadsheets or doing something mindless out on the raised floor, as often as not, you'll catch me listening to a podcast on the phone. So the orc with the coins is this way. Spanky40, are you involved with them out of curiosity or just plugging them? Mostly just plugging them. Definitely do listen to them both on a regular basis. Chris from LOTRO Reporter streams occasionally himself, and he comes by and watches. Andang from LOTRO Players News comes by occasionally. I've enjoyed chatting with him more than once. And Brannick from LOTRO Players Academy. Actually have some characters in the same kin over on Arkenstone. So I have appeared as a guest host on LOTRO Players News, as have a couple of other Twitch streamers. And I know Alapenya was on LOTRO Players Academy when they did the Captain Special. Mortumbra is a host of LOTRO Players Academy. Terry Adwin, who streams here on Twitch, is on both LOTRO Players podcasts. So it's more just sort of I know them. Friendly, and I just like their work. I know Gussie Moose was a guest host on LOTRO Players News one time. Bloodborne dual streams with Andang once a week, I think. So there's a lot of interaction and intercommunication between the podcasters and the streamers. We're all just out there trying to promote Lord of the Rings online. Help out, spread some knowledge throughout the player base. Guess we're going back to Deadwork Glade. And I might have some stuff to turn into the party down here on the lawn, but not according to the quest pointer. So that was a good question, Spanky. Hopefully that answers it for you. No direct correlation, just friendly. Those guys put a lot of work into the podcasts. I know Terry Adwin writes a lot of the show notes and does a lot of the setup and prep work for both Players News and Players Academy. It's one of the reasons she doesn't stream more than she does. She's always busy with the podcasts. But here's Zeruk. Zerluk. Zerluk's been dying out here for about a week. I thought it was really nice of him to let somebody with a Texas speech impediment come on to the podcast. He's pretty hard to understand with that Dallas-Fort Worth accent. Alright, Zerluk seems to be dead now, which is okay. Finish helping the Roamer at the camp. Complete all the quests for what's-his-name. Bring the saddlebags back to the camp. Talk to somebody at the camp. I'm going back to the camp then. That seems to be where they're pointing me. Well, it's, MMO market's a tough market, and LOTRO is a really special game. And I think a lot of us are excited for Standing Stone Games getting formed specifically to take over LOTRO and DDO and to push the games forward. With a big corporate publishing partner like Warner Brothers, I'm sure the expectation is how do we get in on this MMO craze and create the next Warcraft. And if you don't have more realistic expectations, it'd be very easy for somebody like Warner Brothers to just get into a cost control phase and figure out, when can we go ahead and unplug this turd, since we're not going to make $100 million a month off of it like we wanted. And, it's a terrific game. It's got a great player base. And, I think the people who play the game kind of realize that at this point in its life, it's more of a niche game. It's never going to have 1 million or 2 million subscribers simultaneously anymore, unless something radical happens. It'd be great if it did. Would love to see LOTRO have a 3 million subscriber player base, as I'm sure would Standing Stone Games, but not sure how you'd do that, given a very limited marketing budget and a 10-year-old game. So, the podcasters and the streamers, we kind of keep the game out there in public attention, and the podcasters like the streams and the streamers like the podcasts, and no reason to not enter promote. So. But you're absolutely right, it is a terrific community. Everybody working together.
Burr.
What did you find?
You poor thing.
Just coughing.
You have done well.
What the heck does Utlak need?
Help my friends.
Investigate the cavern. Okay. We'll go investigate the cave. Texan is a bit rough to deal with. I think, I hope I'm not talking out of turn when I say that I think Jerosi's from Georgia? Somebody tell me if I'm wrong about that, but we have a few southern streamers. It's always a good thing. It's another thing that's kind of fun about LOTRO is the international appeal of it. Lots of folks from the UK and from Europe, and lots of folks from Australia and New Zealand. And here on Brandywine, we have a large contingent of Russian players who moved here after they closed the Russian servers. My understanding is that wasn't Turbine who managed those. I know Codemasters had originally hosted the European servers, and there was a change in that agreement at some point. So, LOTRO has had a very colorful history. Okay, you see a man in the cave. He's busy thinking. Collect glowing flowers. Gee, and I thought they told us picking flowers was an original thought. Well, I have a terrible confession to make. My champion's out in North Athelion. She finished all the quests I could find, and instead of going back and grinding dailies and picking flowers, I just haven't even bothered. She's sitting out there at 105th level, all loaded up and ready to go, and it's just like, eh. No, I mean, part of the devotion, at least from my standpoint, Spankies, that, I mean, LOTRO is really unique in how really strong the storyline and storytelling is. I mean, I've seen some other MMOs that had really good storytelling, but when you take, the works of Tolkien and you just use them as a base framework and flesh out around them, I mean, that's a unique opportunity. I mean, even if you go to other science fiction masterpieces, I don't know that you'll find anything quite as impressive to work from. We are loaded up with Glister Shade. Hey, Dargon. Welcome, welcome. Oof. I almost fell off a ledge and died. That would have been highly disappointing.
Now these are just glister shade. Their only special property is that they glow.
Find and defeat the Underwall Captain.
These orcs came.
And Underwall Captain. Looks like the stream's holding up okay so far. Can't believe I'm actually doing this on a mobile phone. I failed to burgle. He's not going to make it. Although I love it when they make you break stealth to start an encounter. Like, yeah, thanks for that. Well done, mobile streaming. The boss will think you were working so hard on some project. Yeah. Yes, I was, as far as they know. We have something like 114,000 employees worldwide. I'd be surprised if they even notice my data usage. They'll just be glad I wasn't making calls to India from London or something.
You did it. That's a good job.
Might as well take the metal stuff. It's worth more.
You did it. That's a good job.
Find the camp. I can do that. If somebody asks me how I used so much data, I'll just say I was downloading and streaming all of the Billy Joel songs that are better than Uptown Girl. There will be no arguing with that. They'll be like, wow, that's terabytes and terabytes of data. Like, I know, but it was totally worth it. just to try to show Maiden of Rohan the error of her musical selection ways. Ah! And I jumped down too soon. Alright, that's okay. This should take me down to the lawn. A reunion.
Shortly after we arrived in the East Wall, I lost my prized sword to the orcs.
A lot of orcs running around with prized swords out here.
That is unusual. I suppose we are as ready as we are likely to be. Everyone is ready. Very well.
Let's go find her prized sword. Hooray for mounted combat! He should be dead already. There we go. They're pointing straight ahead for the sword, aren't they? Well, that's cool. Did they both die? Hooray for bleeds. Somewhere there is a sword. I will find it. Well, for those of you who haven't seen it before, this is kind of a cool dumb burglar trick when you're on a war steed. I have something traded known as the stratagem. I can disguise myself as a little goblin soldier on horseback. Of course it got broke because I'm under poison, but it's kind of a neat effect. Look at how adorable Felony is. What a lovely horse. Okay, let's go find that orc with the sword. Hey Arcast, how's it going? Good to see you out, my friend. How's the streaming been going? Why'd it drag me back here to camp?
You say you have found the owner of the plane. How do you know?
Okay, so we got the sword back. Now we can ride clear down to the other end of the east wall. Stream is doing decent. Good to hear. Hopefully most everybody watching here has gotten a chance to catch Arcast already, but if not, let's go ahead and throw him a shout out. As soon as I get out of bow range of these stupid orcs. I'm doing good. I had a little trouble getting the stream started tonight, but nothing I couldn't work through. We're also going to do a shout out for Maiden of Rohan. And of course my partner in crime. All up in ya. No problem. Always like to bring attention to other streamers. Make sure that everybody's getting promoted. Because I can't be on 24/7. And even if I could, nobody'd want to listen to me that much. So the more people we have streaming LOTRO and the more people we have watching LOTRO, the further up the ranks LOTRO will get on the Twitch rankings. And that's good for the game and good for everybody who plays it. You know, it seems like just about every time somebody's streaming, we talk to somebody who, you know, oh boy, I haven't played LOTRO in 4 or 5 years. How's the game doing? Or, yeah, I had a buddy who talked to me about LOTRO once. I always kind of meant to try it, but never got around to it. They see the game on Twitch. They see we're playing it. We're having a lot of fun with it. Then they know they can still come back and try it out. LOTRO's still here. It's doing well. So... and if people can do that watching Arcast or All Up In Ya, then all the better. So if there's anybody else who's streaming LOTRO I haven't thrown a shout out to, please let me know. Would love to throw you a shout out as well. I kind of like just stabbing the orcs as I ride by them at random. It's kind of fun. It's like, hey, thanks for getting in my way. And you don't just have to subscribe to individual streamers. You can subscribe to LOTRO here on Twitch, and that way you'll be notified anytime somebody's playing the game. You can look up who it is if you're not already following them as an individual. That's one of the ways I like to find new casters or new streamers, like Arcast, as a matter of fact. Another trick is you can just follow LOTRO stream. We probably have 20 team members now. There's a bunch of us who stream on here.
My sword.
So LOTRO stream is the official Twitch channel of Standing Stone Games, and Cordovan, the community manager, actually streams on here fairly regularly. You can also catch the Tolkien Professor. He streams here in addition to his own Twitch channel of Signum U, and bunches of other streamers.
Everyone is ready. Very well.
Let's go rescue somebody.
I have been in this cage for what seems like days.
Hi, Bellandora. How are you? Bellandora streams LOTRO occasionally. She's not overwhelmed with schoolwork. We'll get down off of our high horse and go run this quest. They captured a random dwarf that they thought that might be a halfling. Where is Istron? So they're going after Istron. I'm going to go get the dwarf out of the cage, because I'm all stealthy and stuff. See if we can get a burgle on. I failed to burgle. I'm deeply ashamed. We're going to go drop some bodies. Oh, I can't do that in combat. That totally sucks. Invalid target. Where's everybody else at? I think we're going up the hill is the deal. A Grim Southron. Survive your encounter with the Grim Southron. I'm gonna get behind him for the kill. He rode away. Hey Liam, how's it going? Yes, your bones should tingle after drinking a Coke Zero Zinger. It's perfectly normal. I guess out of creation order, Big Ed Mustafa is probably or Little Ed Mustafa is my 14th or 15th, but he's actually my third highest in rank. I've leveled him past my minstrel on Arkenstone. So I have a hunter and a champion at level cap, and Little Ed is actually my third highest character. Believe it or else.
Thank you very much for your help. Now we can...
My agility and vitality, will and fate.
Thank you very much for your help. Now we can...
She keeps sort of abbreviating what she's saying. Off to the Norcrofts. And I'm done at the camp. Well, I'm doing terrific. Work's going well. I've been having a lot of fun gaming. And Mrs. Mustafa hasn't murdered me in my sleep yet this week, so I'm pretty excited. Hiya! Nice shot! Every once in a while you get lucky. I hit him for about 12k. Plus my burglar just hit an Uruk for 12k, so I've got that going for me. And I managed to not ride off the side of the cliff, which is also a good thing. We should commemorate the death of all of those orcs by building the Boromir shopping center there in order to celebrate his fine victory. Alright, Arcast, have fun. If I fall asleep at my keyboard, hopefully everybody will come over and hang out with you. That happens from time to time. I don't want to end up on Epic Twitch fails next week with my shirt covered with my own drool. This fat ignorant bastard fell asleep right at his own keyboard. Let's face it, I've done worse. Why sit around feeling ashamed when you can just go do something more awful instead to make yourself forget about what you've already done? That's my thinking anyway. Yeah, that dead orc glade I just rode through is where Boromir caught all those arrows. They could build them all there or something to commemorate it. That's all I'm saying. If Lalia can have her own market out in Breetown, then why can't there be a Boromir shopping center here in Rohan? Ah! There we go. Now let's see if my little goblin mask will let me ride past this dude. Yep, it worked. Using that mask, though, it's almost like attacking from stealth. Or you'll do more damage. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can ride down here to the Norcrofts without running into 50 more orcs. Starting to get dizzy twirling around on that cliff's edge. It's a white hand ambusher. Gondor should feel honored that Boromir would be remembered so fondly in Rohan. It would be a sign of their allegiance. Alright, let's see if I had that merchant camp quest flag to complete one of the war bands. Usually this thing just ticks off all the time. Of course, no, if I'm just discovering it now. Can't believe I haven't been here before. Again, anytime you're playing multiple characters in the same zone, it's very easy to get confused about what you have and haven't done. Defeat ambushers. Convince merchants to not be chiseling pricks. Collect wolf pelts.
Our mission is dire.
What business have you? Rotary.
There's one more merchant. The named merchant, Leodin? Leodrim. Why is he not highlighted? I guess I have to come back with the goods. Wolf pelts. Orc ambushers. And kill 6 mounted warriors. It's all good. Two down. He's a boar. Three down. He should bleed to death. Okay, we're doing okay on wolf pelts. There we go. Elder James, hi, how's it going? And do I see the Fudgeinator lurking in chat? Hi, Fudge, how are you, dear? Good to see ya. Oh, dropping loot. Probably nothing I'm too concerned about anyway. Yeah, not really. Be careful, there's a war band that likes to roam right around here. They are too big for me to tackle alone. Hi, little doggy. Alright, that's a good one to knock down. Vengeance for Ethengels. I think I'm about 3 wolves short. I need to go find some ambushers. I think the key for stratagem to work is to have it engaged before you attack the target. Because wait until you're attacking the target doesn't seem to be working well for me. I'm not a smart man. There we go. Alright, collected 8 pelts. You're supposed to be an orc. Alright, let's get off of this horse and go sneak up on these fools. Don't need marauders. You're an ambusher, you get a die. Thank you for volunteering. I failed to burgle. I'm deeply ashamed. Should there be ambushers in the trees over here? I don't remember. There's one. Failed to burgle. Deeply ashamed. I think there's a big bad wold cave over here too. ambusher camp. Failed to burgle. Five orc ambushers. What's wrong with Ed? I think he forgot to take his medication. I have burgled a red agate. Fear my burglary skills. I am awesome. I failed to burgle. If I fail 6 more times in a row, I have to wash all of the kin's tracksuits. And that's it for ambushers. Reclaim Rohirrim armor pieces and weapons. Must be off of orcs near the merchant camp, I'm guessing. No, it's pointing me this direction. No, now it's pointing me this direction. Alright, mostly I'm just dizzy now. Feel free to hang back and lurk if you want, Fudge. Good to see your name popping up, though. Haven't talked to you for a while.
What business have you, Rotary? Our mission is dire. What business have you, Rotary?
Hey, look who just hit 84th level. Who would have thunk? Talk to the guard captain.
Rotary will need your aid.
A merchant has gone missing.
Will you aid Orcs? Our mission is dire.
Discover the leader of the Urukai camp to the southeast. That is a big camp. Yeah, they're doing something to mess up our internet service. I'll call them as soon as I'm offline. This is Mustafa is probably going to have to go without Murder, She Wrote tonight. Hey, Ninth Pawn, how's it going? That was fun. Out of war steed power, that doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, it does. Alright, I can't kill him solo. We'll just ride away. Wiser for the experience. Or maybe we'll just do the stance dance. Ah, he reset anyway. Boo, you suck. I should run away. We want to flop. Flop? Yeah, there we go. We have flopped. Always have an escape plan ready, boys and girls. That's that lesson. My evening's going pretty good. Oh. Fudge, I'm so sorry I hadn't heard. Whiplash and head injury. That sucks. Yeah, I successfully burgled. Things have been going pretty well here, Ninth Pawn. We haven't had any owl attacks or anything, so pretty excited about that. If you guys haven't had a chance to ask Ninth Pawn about his owl attack, now's a good time. He barely survived. He had a close encounter. Lived to tell about it. Now I'm on a roll. I've burgled like 3 or 4 times in a row. Shoulder pads of determination. Be very quiet. I'm hunting goblins. There we go. Okay, quick vote in chat. Who here prefers I fight the mounted goblins while I'm mounted, and who would prefer I do it on foot? Just type mount or foot, depending on your preference. I don't mind riding around in circles, but it's not really necessary. But it might make the fights more interesting, I don't know. There, I failed to burgle. That's more like it. I was starting to get a big head thinking I knew what I was doing. Discover the leader of the Urukai camp. Search for the missing traitor. Defeat Hajab. Yeah, we'll be dropping that right off the menu. Mounted sounds interesting. Ninth pawn votes foot. The accident was considered my fault, but I didn't get a citation because it was considered a medical issue. You passed out while driving. Oh, that's terrible, Fudge. I'm sorry to hear it. Spine injuries are tough. Mrs. Mustafa had to have a... well, it started out as a discectomy, and then the disc re-ruptured and she had to have 2 vertebrae fused. And that's the good kind of back injury where it's relatively easy to perform surgery and you can recover from it somewhat quickly. Hanrun is solo, so we'll go fight this fool. Hanrun. That's Hanrun. I think I've taken him down before. New stance. We'll go back to fighting mode. Return the weapons and armor pieces. Okay, we can go do that. Never did find a cause, huh? Well, I am sorry to hear that happened, and I wish you all the best for a speedy recovery, dear. I managed to not ride off a cliff. I'm pretty excited about that. Oh, I learned the hard way. Don't try to go off of this cliff over here. I haven't been to Ethingles yet? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I've already been through here. I just had to ride into town to complete that quest. Okay. That was freaking me out. You know, I mean, Fudginator and Ninth Pawn are both great examples. If you got your health, everything's going good, don't take it for granted. I mean, you just never know. You could be having the best day of your life, go to take out the trash, and then blammo, getting hammered by a killer owl. It happens. Oh no, sticky goo timed out. I wanted to get off of this horse anyway. I was just coming over here to sell loot. I guess I was just a hair too slow. Okay, everybody enjoyed the stream while I stare blankly at my screen trying to figure out what I want to sell. Calibrant salves are a good place to start. Helm of the Thane. Shoulder pads of determination. Westfold calibrant salve. Icky fills can't be used for anything, so I can sell them. Jade gemstone. Well, yeah, if you're going to have a car accident, better that he not be in the car. Of course, trying to take care of James while you're in your condition. Hopefully you got some help.
Welcome, my friend. Cool, friend.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
This is Mustafa's trying on different bags and looking at how she looks carrying the bags in the mirror.
I have to adjust the strap.
Okay, honey. Nobody thinks you're weird.
I'm gonna go shorter with this, I think. I don't like going shorter.
I've been summoned to hit bolt. Oh, that's definitely a blessing to have your mom helping out.
I'm a blessing.
You're a big blessing, honey. Especially when I get low on Coke Zero. I gotta find the shield and the sword. Okay.
Oh, I know.
No mocking me while I'm streaming.
It's totally fine.
You have to wait till we're alone to do that.
Totally fine.
I know. That was weird. He reset. That was well timed. Okay, we got the shield. And we're headed towards the sword. Thanks, sweetie. Do you have your bag straps all figured out, or is he going to be up for a while doing
the bag
that?
is too big now.
You poor thing. All right, Fudge. Well, I hope you're getting along okay, and like I said, just thoughts and prayers and best wishes for a speedy recovery. Hope you get better soon. I successfully burgled. Sword of Pendrad. I don't know if it was supposed to be that dramatic or not, but it was fun to say it that way. Garrison Commander and Healer. I don't even remember where I pulled those quests from.
I'm going back to my old purse.
Alright, sweetie, that sounds like the sensible thing to do. Mrs. Mustafa only has two kinds of purses. Too small and too heavy, because if it's big enough to fit all the crap she wants to put in it, she won't be able to carry it. So it's an endless, ceaseless struggle for her to find the right handbags and handbag accessories. It's a constant source of torment. And speaking of streamers I haven't talked to in a while, anybody heard from Grizzly Wookie? I knew Grizzly Wookie was under the weather. It sounded fairly serious, and I haven't heard much from him or about him since. If Grizzly Wookie is out there, my best wishes for a speedy recovery to you as well, my friend. Hopefully everything is okay. This stuff probably goes back to the Reeve. Oh, no, there's somebody down here I needed to talk to. That's weird. I wonder who. That's the wrong way.
Rohirrim will need your aid.
You have done well.
Vestige of the Fallen.
I wonder if it's too soon for me to carry a light green.
You're already moving to Easter colors, honey?
Well, light green.
I think it's too soon. I think you have to stay with winter colors at least until March.
No, that's already like spring. See, is that too light
Yeah, way too light.
for now?
Yep.
Really?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think I could get away with it.
All right.
See, this is a little better size. The other one was way too long.
I was
Actually,
pretty
too big.
concerned about that.
It was too big. I might have to go with this one. Just a little too light. I think it's a fake, but it's a really good fake.
Okay. I think this is the dude I was trying to fight earlier and passed on. No? If I were Scutcog, where would I be? That would be me. He's going to be back across the creek this way. So I'm getting smarter. I put the mask on now. My stratagem is working.
Strategery.
There he is. What? I didn't even scratch him. I'm running away. I got tore up there. I don't know why. Run away. And... oops, I need a new flop. Hips, baby, hips. There we go. Always have an escape plan. It's one of the keys to good burglaring. Now we'll stop and eat one of these delicious bilberry pies that Hunzi was kind enough to make for me. That's one of the challenges I have with Rohan, is it's so open-ended. You're like, should I do this? Should I work on these quests? Should I go right down to Hitbolt? Hitbolt. I forget the official pronunciation. I just remember that you're supposed to sound a little bit like you're hacking up phlegm when you say the name of the town. Which I am completely okay with.
This would be spring.
Alright, honey.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've discovered Kufuzg. Be careful how you say that if you say it 5 times fast.
I have to watch Murder, She Wrote on the TV.
You poor thing.
That's a shame.
It's a shame you only have like 96 hours worth of DVDs to watch.
I don't know what you mean.
I failed to burgle. Oh, there's an Urukai pummeler working over the missing merchant. I failed to burgle. I'm deeply ashamed. Okay, Dagarm. You are free like a butterfly fluttering through a spring meadow. Now run! Failed to burgle again. That orc kind of died sounding like he had irritable bowel syndrome. Might just be imagining it, but I'm not sure.
Oof.
Failed to burgle. Failed to burgle. Tends to be very streaky. You'll burgle 5 or 6 times in a row and then you'll fail 5 or 6 times in a row sometimes. Just kind of happens that way. That's why we all love random number generation. Black arrows, pummelers. Pummelers and black arrows. There we go. Successfully burgled Rohirric Aethelus Essence. He did not make it. He died rather swiftly. He was feeling pretty good about things, and then his spleen was on the wrong side of his skin. This has been very upsetting. Failed to burgle. Well, technically, it's supposed to work over Wi-Fi from the cable box, so you should be okay. As jacked up as the internet service is, I can only guess. Just glad that having a company-issued cell phone is actually working to my benefit for once. Instead of just getting woken up at 3 a.m. on Christmas so I can go work on somebody's antique file server for no reason.
I didn't let it go.
Nope. It's good to have something to complain about. New deed. Uruk Slayer of the Eastamnet advanced. I got 5 LOTRO points. Really, slaying 100 orcs is kind of its own reward, but it's kind of nice that they're given LOTRO points for it as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. Mustafa thinks that she can watch Murder, She Wrote on her phone or tablet, honey.
Yes.
Alright. She might watch a different episode on each. Okay, we'll drop that little gem. He hits hard. I think there's actually a shortcut over the wall if I go up a guard tower. Instead of having to wind my way back through camp, I think this is a thing. Okay, this is what the Hobbiton Airborne Rangers look like. Ready, go. Only on a burglar, folks. Only on a burglar. Return to the camp. Trader's outpost, trader's outpost. Chat's gone quiet. Has the dulcimer inflection of my baritone voice slowly lulled you all to sleep? Or, like my wife, have you all decided to ignore me and watch Murder, She Wrote instead? I could see that being a case.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim will need
Travel towards the farmhouses and search for any in need of aid.
brings you to these.
Dagram seems happy to be home.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
And we took on the war camp and won. Bellendor is still awake. I'm glad to hear it. Sorry, I am failing at multitasking. Ninth pawn, that's okay. Just glad you're here to hang out, buddy. Oh no, they're shooting me with arrows. You know when there's a bad TV show and you know you should ridicule it instead of watching it, but you watch it anyway? The Arrow is one of those for me. It's on the CW. It's mostly ridiculous. Excuse me. But for some reason, I just watch the dumb show. I should know better. I make fun of stuff like that. They shouldn't get a pass just because there's no Jar Jar Binks in it.
Oh, I need to lay down.
You ate the horse rolls. Now you're eating with me. Will you aid the horse lords?
I have to go around and locate everything. Oh look, it's your town. It's a total crap hole. We'll ride a non-war steed around. Smithy. Flag the armory for me? Maybe that's not on the list. Ooh, quiet knife, hate bolt armor. And Wash Vale district. The lumber mill. I can't write up that apparently. It's the wool district. Sutcrofts. Norcrofts. This is Hitbolt in its unrebuilt state. I'm just getting here for the first time on this character. And Truffaut, thanks for popping in. Glad to see you tonight. Hope you are looking forward to a long, pleasant weekend. I hope we're all looking forward to a long, pleasant weekend.
Our mission is dire. Rohirrim have need of your services. What brings you to these lands? Will you aid the Rohirrim? Rohirrim will need your aid. Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? Will you aid the Rohirrim? Rohirrim will need your aid. Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? Rohirrim will need your aid. Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? Our success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? Will you aid the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim have need of your services. Will you aid the Rohirrim?
I don't know, ask me 14 more times and we'll see. Guy's a little bit of a wear out. Watching you run Rohan definitely makes me want to get out of Moria incredibly soon. The elves sent me back in. It's, you know, Moria does have its charms. Just glad I had enough quest slots to take on all the Hitbolt stuff. I am actually working my champion through Hitbolt, right? Not my champion, my hunter on Arkenstone right now as well. So, again, some of the stuff is very deja vu for me. How far in combat can I be? I've got to be a mile past that guy. Oh, half orc. I don't think I've slain a half orc yet. Half orc slayer of the Eastamnet. 99 to go, and then I can start the advanced deed. Best zone is Moria, in my opinion. I had to slow little Ed down. I had him most of the way through Moria in a week. I mean, I was really surprised at how fast he was able to go through it. Yeah, I don't think I'll be fighting Cramp by myself. That sounds like a bad idea. Ooh, excuse me. Welcome to Snowborn. I don't really feel like I've discovered Snowborn because there was already a bunch of people here when I rode into town. There are a couple of reasons I wanted to come here first. One of which is
Have need of your services.
Terror of the Deep,
Rohirrim will need your aid.
defeat Warg Riders.
Rohirrim will need your aid. The Rohirrim will need your aid.
I am ready to join the battle. I have to go fishing for a big monster fish. These are mounted enemies specifically. This was much easier to do on a level cap hunter than this will probably be on an on-level berg. One down. Two down. Three down. Nice. Stratagem does not seem to be paying off tonight. I don't know why. Come to Butthead. I see that you have braces. I have braces too. Apparently quoting Beavis and Butthead to the orcs massively increases Little Ed's damage output. I had no idea. I am Cornholio! Might only be Butthead. Beavis doesn't seem to have the same effect. Nachos. See? It's a thing. Apparently the devs are big Mike Judge fans. I had no idea. And that's 16. Let's see, back towards the wall. You said duty. YKMP, thanks for coming by.
Brings you to the 11.
Boom. Look at that rep pour in. You have to go through Moria 2 or 3 times before you really get familiar with it. And even then you can sort of get spun around in sections and have trouble finding your way out, but once you actually kind of know how the big pieces of Moria fit together and how to navigate them, it's a much more enjoyable spot. Got one. And we're gonna hips. And eat a bilberry pie. And enjoy some crisp, refreshing Coke Zero. Not an official sponsor of my stream yet. There's a key to this, and I don't remember what it is. That was probably the wrong thing. I forget how you're supposed to tell. There's bandage, salve, and splint. If they're holding their leg, it's a splint, but the difference between bandage and salve? I just don't know. Okay, that did it. Let's see if they're holding their belly, they get salve, I guess. He's holding his belly, so let's try salve on him. Okay, that seems to be working out. He did not make it. He did not make it. They're gonna make it. I'd rather not fight that troll. Now come here, you Rohirrim bastards. Much better. Okay, let's see what else we got out here on the battlefield. This guy's down for the count again. Looks like he's holding his belly. We'll try salve again. Oh man, you suck. I'm trying to heal this guy. I'm like the International Red Cross. You can't be over here jacking with me. Really? Alright. I gotta kill you anyway. I'll do it now if you prefer. Yeah, that troll's feisty. I'll hide behind the tree maybe. There we go. What do we got? One more orc to kill. I failed to burgle. And that's 10. Thank you. Elder James, once you get mounted combat, can you do it anywhere or only in specific locations? Only in specific locations. You have to be in Rohan, Gondor, or Ithilien, or Anorian. Otherwise, you can ride your war steed anywhere, which is good because they're faster than your typical mount. But you can't actually engage in mounted combat unless you're in a mounted combat specific area. And I think this guy's going to need bandaged. And I was correct. Determine how to treat the soldier. Very good. So if they're holding their leg, it's a splint. If they're holding their arm, it's a bandage. If they're holding their belly, then it is a salve. I am now a doctor in Middle Earth. Dr. Little Ed Mustafa, they should call me. And the best part's coming up because I think I get a fishing quest. So, I'm not a huge fan of mounted combat. I guess it would be fair to say I hate it a lot less than everybody else. I actually don't dislike mounted combat.
What brings you to these lands?
Champions are really good at it. And in fact, a couple of updates ago, they accidentally bugged champion mounted combat to where you basically crit hit almost every time. And I was doing the dailies outside of Minas Tirith, and I could just ride around and basically slaughter everything in sight with one shot. It was quite fun. Then they came along and ruined my fun for me. Which is okay. All other things being equal, I prefer a balanced game. And so we got complete quests, tokens of hit bolt, Norcroft's hit bolt, Terror of the Deep. The shallows of the Entwash just west of Snowbourne. And I'm going to have a problem here. Oh, now I know you're jacking with me. The only thing in that gift box is going to be marks. Those are superior, these are plain, and these are plain. Can't combine them. Delicious steaks. Well, let's eat one. And throw the other one the hell out. And then let's see if we can open our blue box now. I can, and it only had marks and medallions pretty much like I'd predicted. Good news though. Bam, I got room to fish. Fear me. Oh yeah. There he is. You're probably asking yourself, Big Ed, how can I become a completely boss adventurer like you? Bam, become the complete angler. First cast, I pull up the giant. I put him down like a bad habit because I've got 200 fishing skill, and I've caught my 50-pound salmon, and I'm a sturgeon master, and a darter master, and a trout master. The way the Free Peoples are going to defeat Sauron and his minions is through fishing. You can hack at orcs all day long with swords, and they'll just keep sending more orcs. But if you can outfish evil, evil doesn't stand a chance. That could be real as far as I know. It's tough to say.
Our mission is dire.
That's 4. So I need one more daily from somewhere. Let's see. Galtriv. 21st Hall. Let's see what's going on in Harwick. Lots of traveling out here in Rohan too. My natural inclination is to want to go into the crafting hall, but I will try to avoid it. Where are the dudes? Here they are. I think these are the daily dudes. Light in the darkness, feasting on fungus.
Our success depends upon our strength.
Mount the hobby horse.
Rohirrim will need your aid.
Well, that would have been a good one because that's super easy. Alright. If I recall, the hobby horse is actually kind of tough. Let's see if I screw this up. There's an actual hobby horse you can get to ride around on. You get it from one of the festivals, and it's an extremely rare drop, and there have been players who have been trying to get one of these for years. I think it's dropped at the Winter Festival. Ride the course. I don't know the course. Here we go. Gate. Does kind of need the sound effect, doesn't it? This doesn't seem so bad. They might have dumbed it down. That's one of the other amusing things about Lord of the Rings Online. Quest. Go kill 25 savage orcs. Okay. Quest. Go ride around on a hobby horse. Why is this so hard? It's like if you just need to murder a bunch of stuff, it's like, that's simple. I'm slaying this hobby horse course. Probably for my fishing skill buffs. And I've succeeded. And I can't hop this fence here. But I can here. Nice. Now when you're doing dailies to rebuild height bolt, it's important to balance them out. You'll need to do a bunch in the Sutcrofts to get your Sutcrofts rep up anyway, because I don't think you get a whole lot until you start those dailies. But some of the deeds to rebuild height bolt are gated behind rep, meaning that you have to be an ally and even kindred with the different regions to finish some of them. So you want to rotate around and do different dailies daily so that you get all of your rep up to kindred so that you can complete height bolt if that's something you care about or want to do. One of the problems I'm going to have is I don't have height bolt unlocked yet because I haven't rebuilt the stables. So we'll just ride to Ingelfels and go from there. And I can stretch and drink some Coke Zero. And it's, well, that's nice and warm. For 3 hours, I've been using my iPhone 5C on AT&T as a wireless hotspot to run my desktop from so that I can actually stream tonight because our $70 a month cable internet service isn't working. So I get to call the rat bastards at Cox Communications and try to figure out what's up with that. But I'm just amazed that something that hokey worked. So we'll thank the nice folks who give me a paycheck every 2 weeks for also giving me the internet bandwidth to finish tonight's stream. I honestly didn't think I was going to be able to stream, and I decided to just give that a shot at the last moment. Turn down the bandwidth. I think I'm set at 2.2 megabit per second. Well, it seems to have held up okay. I mean, the stream looks a little hiccupy once in a while, but it's a stream, so amazingly enough, we got through it. I really appreciate how many of you stuck it out tonight to watch me play in Rohan. Hopefully the stream wasn't too jittery, but overall it looked like it was running fairly decent most of the night, so that's totally cool. And if my employers get whacked with one heck of a phone bill, I'm completely okay with that. So they don't give us Christmas bonuses, so I don't give a lot of concern to their phone bills. And my whole team is on call 24/7, so if they actually threaten to take my phone away, that would just make me giggle. It'll never happen. They don't care. I have to actually ride into town. That just gets me, boy, not that far towards hit bolt. Halfway, maybe? I still got a ride ahead of me. Let's not dash. I do not have dash. One of the things we've talked about before, and I'll mention it again, each character class actually has 9 different trait trees available on their war steed. It's an incredible variety of skills and abilities. Insofar as that you have yellow, blue, and red line just like you do on your regular combat stances, but you also have light, medium, and heavy, and the skills and traits actually change based on both of those variables. So you've got light, medium, and heavy yellow, light, medium, and heavy blue, light, medium, and heavy red. And each of those is a completely different trait tree, and then they vary for each of the 10 character classes as well. So if you're playing a Bjorning, your mounted combat trait trees are completely different from the Rune Keeper, completely different from the Burglar. So it's pretty interesting. You'd have to have a lot of different characters on war steeds and do a lot of mounted combat before you could really talk definitively about, well, when I'm in this line I really like this. And I mean, all of those variations, the 90 different trait trees, that's before you start throwing in bridles and legacies. I mean, it's really complex, and with all of that detail and complexity, hopefully we'll see maybe the term I'm looking for is more rewarding mounted combat gameplay. It's interesting because when I talk to some of the more expert players, and they're just like, oh yeah, I totally spec this character out and I load him out with this gear and this is the setup, and I like to use a hybrid trait tree that's mostly red but with some yellow mixed in, and this is really awesome, and blah blah blah. It's like, oh, what do you do for war steed? Oh, I don't do mounted combat. I mean, they ignore it completely. Or you'll talk to characters that are like, oh yeah, this is the setup I use on mounted combat. And it's like, well, how'd you come up with that? I don't know. I just tried it out. It seemed to work pretty good, so I stuck with it. It's like, okay, makes sense to me. I need one more piece of meadow something. Hey, it's meadow something. Who knew? Norian Skarn. Okay, interesting to note. Stratagem works just like regular stealth when you're on foot. You lose your disguise. So that's oak branches, don't care. I've got all the herb. So we can pop into Ingthalis and see the healer. Finish that quest really quick. So let me see if I've got, like, I can just right click on felony. There we go. I've got a bunch of horse points to spend anyway. It's probably a good thing I'm looking. 11 available. So I just added some more tricks. Deadly Pursuit, Rapport. All effects that deal damage will apply a bleed. That sounds good to me. Plus 15% critical multiplier. We got agility, strength, power, Endurance and armor, all very important traits. Got 1 point to spend. And I'll put it on armor. I don't know why not. And the other trait slot, I actually have a light trait slot equipped, which I don't use very much. But I was just farting around with these, trying to figure out different things. It's interesting how early that finishes. What bridle do I have equipped? Disco Bridle of the Funky Velar. So I thought that was really funny at the time, and now I don't know if that's medium or heavy. I think it's medium. I thought that was just going to be hilarious. And there is a huge variety of different things you can do with your war steed cosmetically as well. If you ever get one of these to play with, you can just sink an inordinate amount of time into it. Let's go back to traits. Let's go back to red tree medium. But I mean, you can see that hard to hurt, flick of the wrist. What's this? Long reach, heavy hand, savagery, and if I go heavy, all of a sudden these traits become well-rounded, mounted advantage. So not everything changes completely, that's still long reach, but most of the rest of this trait tree changes, just like if I go to light, long reach, forceful blows, deceptive appearance, wrath, vicious attacks. I mean, it's just fascinating to me how big of a difference that is with every little thing you change. Okay, time to mount up again. Thanks for indulging me while I bore you with those details. Well, I didn't one-shot him, but I did do about 5k of damage on the first hit, so that's not bad. I didn't quite pull that off. Alright, time to dismount. Not here, I gotta go up to the second tier. That's where most of the crafting stuff is. 14 people still hanging out. Glad you guys are here. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night, your weekend. Hopefully things are going good. You are welcome. I have helped Elfwin. Help Wooskrad. What the hell, Wooskrad? Says to help you. Oh, go to the recently abandoned homes. Uh, Alright, well, let's show off the magic of rebuilding Hitbolt, and then I'll come back here and we'll do some more Norcroft's questing. So there's still a lot to do up here at Ingelfels. We're going to mask up. And then, of course, as soon as I do, I run into Skarn, which, of course, will pop off the mask. It's just how it goes. I'm greedy. He didn't make it. Again, he sounded a little bit like he had irritable bowel syndrome when he finally died. Ooh. Maybe it was just the sound he makes when the habanero wing sauce kicks back at him. That's the kind of suffering we all know. Am I dropping loot again? I am. Pinch of Eastonite herb. Okay, let me through the gate there. Okay, you see how the stables look right now? They're all charred up. What happens, Did you get off the damn horse already? Thank you. The lag is real. That's what happens when you're using a cell phone for a hotspot. The dangerous cow has started watching. Sorry if I spoiled your lurk. My apologies. So, okay, there's the stable. And now if I come here and I turn in tokens,
Our mission is dire.
we'll just do the stable real quick. I keep clicking on the wrong damn thing. The stable rebuild.
The Horse Lords.
Boom, there's the stable. So not only did it rebuild it and make everything look pretty, but now there's a stable master here. And I can tag him, and now I can ride here to the stable. That should show up as available now. And as you go through and click on others, lighting and fences, armory,
These lands.
library,
Rotary.
lumber mill,
Makes use of these lands. What business have you?
mead hall exterior detail,
Our mission is dire.
1 and 2, the palisade,
Use of these lands.
the smithy,
Is dire.
townsfolk,
Horse Lords.
townsfolk,
Dire.
interior enhancements to the mead hall 1, interior enhancements to the mead hall 2,
What business have you? Rotary. You aid the Horse Lords.
mead hall inhabitants. I was in the mead hall earlier,
You aid the Rotary.
and it was a burned out shell with nobody in there. But now, aiding the Eastemnant, if I come in here, that's not completely rebuilt yet. We've still got some stuff to work on. But there's people in here, there's a supplier, there's a provisioner. We have Rohirrim, there's a barber, I can get my hair restyled. That's important, especially since I'm wearing a hood. See what else we got. We have a healer over here. There's a bard.
Welcome, able wanderer.
So as you do these daily quests and turn in the tokens, you will begin to rebuild the city. Like I said, some of these are gated so that you have to be ally or kindred with certain, well, there's only four regions. The Wold, the Sutcrofts, the Norcrofts, and the Entwash. Even though the East Wall is technically a region of Rohan, it doesn't really count as much as the other ones do because there's no capital and no reeve or thane. The East Wall is wild. Shattered clubs, carp, blah 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 blah. Nope, that's one I already know. I think I'm looking for jade gems at the very least. I already have my Rohirric fishing rod, so I fish like a boss. Plus 8 fishing skill, it is the best fishing rod in Middle-earth right now. Although there's a lot of talk that they're going to come out with new fishing enhancements with some of the new updates. So we'll see how that goes. Starting rumors. They should, though. We've got a lot more coastline to work with. I think saltwater fishing would be a nice addition to the game. Okay, so we at least cleaned up a couple more pack spaces, emptied out the loot bag. Deed complete. Uruk Slayer. That was worth 5 LOTRO points. That's been a while. Leveled up some legendaries and started on the mead hall inhabitants. You can see there's just an insane number of these that you have to go through. But the token output, I mean, it used to be you'd get like 10 a day, and now you're getting 50 a day if you do all 5 daily deeds. So you can finish it a lot faster. Also, at 85th level, the height bolt armor that you get from these guys, this is the good stuff. I can get shoulder pads right now because the rest of the armor pieces are gated as well. To get the helm, for instance, oh, you have to be 85. That's interesting. Well, that's okay. I could still get the shoulders even though I'm not 85th. There's something else. If I highlight it and hover over barter, the helmet, you have to complete House of the Entwash Veils enhancements too. The jacket, library inhabitants, the gloves, Norcroft's enhancements 3, and some of these you won't be able to do until you improve your standing with whatever region is tied to the. So it's all gated together. You have to go through. You have to improve your rep with the regions. Getting your rep up to ally and kindred allows you to finish the height bolt rebuild deeds, and once you've completed certain deeds, it'll unlock the armor. So it all kind of comes together at the same time. So I've done as much as I can do for today. I've fixed a lot of stuff, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that still needs fixing. But height bolt looks a little bit less like a crap hole, burned out crap hole, and now it's just a crap hole. And I don't remember some of these named deeds. Yeah, Harger and Osig here. Where am I at? This is the Wold District. As you get your rep up to ally and kindred, it'll unlock additional quests with these guys and kind of help move things along. Or I'm wrong and I don't remember correctly, one of the two. But it's interesting how all this stuff is sort of intertwined. The garrison commander. Alright, let's hop back on felony. Eldolith and Terry Adwin are always scolding me for leaving my packs open, but I like to see my stuff. I like to know what I have. I like to know that if I need something, it's in reach. And I'm kind of a derp. The farms look like they could use some rebuilding. They're not too badly damaged. But that'll be another day's set of dailies. But back in the day, if you did it perfectly, it was 44 days start to finish to get height bolt rebuilt. And then when you finally completed your 44-day grind, your reward was you get a title, Thane of Hitbolt, and every other 85th level character on the server had the same title. It was just like, why did I do this? Because you're able to get the armor fairly early on without having to grind all of the rep stuff back in the day. So now I think you might actually have to grind a little more rep, but at the same time they've made the grind a lot easier. So that's a thing. If I have to come back there, I will kick your ass. That's one of the things that's annoying about mounted combat if you haven't done it before, is you'll get engaged in a fight, and if you go after somebody out here in the open fields, then you end up drawing more aggro from other creatures that you don't want to be fighting. And this is a medium war steed with the agility pumped up. It turns a lot better than a heavy war steed, which is just stupidly painful. There, he did not make it. So, yeah, if you end up with a heavy war steed in a heavy populated area, you'll pretty much draw aggro from everybody. And I think I've heard with the minstrels and some of the other classes that if you use the wrong skill in an area, it'll just draw aggro from all over the landscape. I mean, you'll just be pulling creatures from as far as the eye can see in some instances. And in case you were not sure, that's uncool. He should be dead. Yeah, he's bleeding pretty good. Alright, now he's dead. There's a Slayer deed specifically for mounted targets, but as luck would have it, you end up fighting a lot of mounted combats just running dailies, so you'll pretty much get there without having to hunt them down on landscape viciously. For some reason, I thought there was a tomb right by here on one of the cliff walls faces, and I haven't seemed to have found it. So that'll give me something to look for next time. Or we just gave him a 3,000 morale point slicing cut because he was in my way. Mamadou. Level 62, just finished Moria. Where should I head next? Should I need to buy Lothlorien, Enidwaith, Mirkwood, or just Mirkwood is enough? It kind of depends on your goals. Most people agree Lothlorien isn't the best area to quest, but at the same time you need to get kindred with Lothlorien if you want the Elf Ambassador deed. So if you don't care about the Elf Ambassador deed, it's not that big of a deal. I don't mind Lothlorien after being in Moria for so long. Traipsing about the Golden Wood is kind of a nice change of pace. And there's an orc fighting area kind of in the back of Lothlorien that I enjoy. Lothlorien and Mirkwood. Mirkwood's pretty cool. Don't miss Mirkwood if you can help it. But Edenwaith is very cool too. If you're looking to minimize your spending, I think Enidwaith then to Dunland is a really good option because there's a ton of content in both regions. I mean, I think we forget how much content is in both of those zones if you haven't played them lately. I know I did. I just went through both. Matter of fact, on Little Ed Mustafa here, and it just took me forever. I think Zinger put 15 levels on while I was dinking around in Enidwaith and Dunland, because I also went through Lothlorien, Mirkwood, and the Great River, and I like all of those regions and I didn't want to miss anything. So rather than skip past them, I just doubled back and did a lot of gray quests just for the sake of going through and refreshing my memory. Return with the rations, or the provisions rather. So there's that. I don't know if that helps or not. But you can go straight from Moria back out to Enidwaith and start working your way south. You don't have to go to Lothlorien and Mirkwood and the Great River. But I mean, they're. What can I tell you? I've already been through all 5 of those regions, and I went through all 5 of them again. Even though I didn't have to. But I already owned them, so that makes a difference too. That's not really an answer. I'm just kind of him-hawing and saying I like them all equally. So I think
Aid the horse lords.
it's really tough to say. I think the pure storyline is better and less fragmented if you go through Enidwaith and Dunland. But there's some instances in Mirkwood that you'd probably want to unlock that are fun instances. I mean, Dangalore is one that I run a lot. I do that on Tier 2 Duo alone with my champion. Galadriel runs that a lot by herself. And there's a lot of cool stuff there. If you like elves, you want to do Lothlorien and Mirkwood. If you don't like elves, Enidwaith and Dunland. Enidwaith and Dunland both have a huge amount of content. There's lots of stuff to see and do. There's tons of areas to explore. There's tons of quests. Lothlorien's a little more restrictive on the quests, and a lot of the quests are annoying. You'll hear people joke about singing to trees. That's a Lothlorien thing. I didn't mind Lothlorien, and I like elves, so my crafting circle on Arkenstone, I have 5 characters, all female, and of the 5, 3 of them are elf women, 1 human and 1 hobbit. So, and that was my first line of characters. So I like elves. I don't mind some of the sillier stuff that you do in Lothlorien, and I think it's one of the more beautiful regions in the game. So, me personally, if I had to choose, I would choose Lothlorien and Mirkwood. But I want to give you the caveat that a lot of players might disagree for various reasons. And if you do that route, I think Great River's a nice add to get you to Rohan later as well. Keep that in your shopping cart. If you go the different direction, Enidwaith and Dunland will get you to Rohan. So you've got 2 different paths to take. Hopefully that wasn't too long and rambling of an answer. That was a pretty long rambling answer. Mead Hall. Okay, let's see what Mildred has to say. Or is it Mildrith? Murdith? Mildith? Might be Mildith.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I need your help.
Maiden Raid. See, I didn't even know Maiden was streaming tonight. Hey Forte, how are you doing? I saw you were streaming earlier tonight on LOTRO stream. Hope that went well. Mama Doe, you were polite to even sit through that long rambling answer, but it's a hard question. I mean, like I said, there's pluses and minuses to both, and it kind of depends on your style of play and if you have a like or dislike for any particular race.
What brings you to these lands?
Excuse me. Normally better about getting to the mute button, but that came on pretty fast.
Our mission is dire.
Deathman's back. Zinger's back. Krylus is back. The Seven Hero is back. Welcome all. Good to see ya.
Our mission is dire.
Will you aid the horse lords?
Surprised this warden didn't turn his march on. The fountain's up the next level here. How'd everything go over at Maiden's stream? What was she up to tonight?
Will you aid the horse lords?
I'm gonna be sleeping, but I thought I'd leave the window up for an extra viewer. Have a good night, Ed. Well, thanks for that, Krylus. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Have a great weekend, bud. Lots of stair climbing.
What brings you to these lands?
I'm not afraid of you. My parents say that strangers might be dangerous.
Stranger danger. For once, Maiden wasn't the one to suck on her stream. She had new people to suck worse. Deathman, that's harsh. You shouldn't pick on Maiden. I would never pick on Maiden.
What brings you to these lands? Rohirrim will need your aid.
Help escort Reynald's family to safety. Just because Maiden looks for ways to dismember her fellowship doesn't mean that she sucks.
Runald's family departs from Elfengis.
Just means she's a pure sociopath.
Lies before them.
They're very rarely ever captured alive. Stay close. Her Billy Joel song list choices do make me sad. There we go. Let's keep that cart moving. Somebody's coming. There we go. Okay, the arrows are annoying the crap out of me. I'm going to murder you. And your little dog, too. Yeah, he probably was about to bleed out anyway. A troll. He's dead already. You just don't know it. Maiden is triggered. That can't be good. Go to your safe place where you can just imagine yourself eating cheese and listening to Uptown Girl. The wagon has arrived safely at the trader's outpost. I will aid the horse lords. Thank you for asking. 1 second, not going anywhere. There we go. And we're back with a freshly blown nose. Ambusher's End. Warden's Shield. Handy little trinket. Not as good as the trinket I already have. It's better than my offhand weapon. Except for the buffs. Alright, 13, 11, 20. We'll take the cash. Hey Gipio, it's going good. Had a rough start to the stream. I was having problems. Our cable modem service is jacked tonight. I don't know what's going on for sure. But I had to use my cell phone as a hotspot to stream with tonight. So hopefully the stream looks okay. I'm just laughing because if I were on Verizon and paying for my own phone, this would have been like a $10,000 stream tonight. So I will be placing a stern phone call to my cable company. I can't imagine how mad I'll be if they jack up my internet service, like the last weekend that Asheron's call is going to be alive. That would make me sad. Another good reason not to leave your packs open, then Zinger can't make fun of you. Alright, what else we got going on? Talk to the Thane of Cliving. Let's get this Norcroft stuff queued up. I started working on Heat Bolt tonight. That should be super fun. I feel the love, Zinger. I feel that. I'm not feeling love for Mrs. Mustafa, who promised to make nachos earlier and then fell asleep watching TV. That bear's already dead. Liking the extra bleed damage.
Welcome to Cliving, friends from afar.
Keelran, this is not my highest level tune. This is my third highest. I have a champion and a hunter at level cap, and I've got a minstrel that's just below Little Ed. I think the minstrel's at like 80th level. But I just started Little Ed fairly recently. How old's our kin? Let's look and see. We're getting up there. 233 days, 235 days. I didn't realize we were that old already. 270 days would be 9 months. So we're about 7.5 months old. So this character's 7.5 months old. Little Ed is in a all burglar kinship called the 40 Thieves over on Brandywine. We have, I was going to say 62, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. We're still at 74 burglars. So our initial goal of 40 burglars has been marvelously exceeded, and we have a good time burgling all over Brandywine. This is one of those annoying quests where these guys are gonna silver-tongued. There's lots of peace to keep. But having played a burglar and a hunter, a champion and a hunter, I found burglar to be a quite enjoyable change of pace. I feel lightheaded. Yeah, we had somebody create a burglar like one of the first days we were created as a kin, and they never logged in again. And that's happened with a few of the 74 thieves. Burglar's a tougher class to play, particularly at lower levels. I think we had a few people roll up burglars who decided they weren't having as much fun as they'd hoped, which is a shame. Because having stuck with burglar, I rather enjoy it. I think she's down here in one of the towers. I'm not in any particular hurry to rush to talk to her. Not that I don't want to talk to her. I gotta talk to the silversmith.
Strength. The servants of the enemy are everywhere.
Quartermaster. Hope this house. I think I find the quartermaster dead. Yeah. Blood-covered dagger. He got burgled. Well, Allah Baba is our token figurehead to take the fall for us when we get busted burgling. Kind of like how John Gotti probably was never really a mob boss, because everybody kept talking about how he was a mob boss.
Our mission is dire.
Talk to the butcher, the cheesemaker, the baker. Where's the girl? There she is.
I saw you coming to Cliving from afar, and I wondered what your story might be.
This is the girl who's under the protection of the Thane who murdered her father and brother. She likes it here, though. And she's not being mistreated. Hello, Mr. Cheesemaker.
Business have you, Rotary?
Hello, Butcher.
What business have you, Rotary?
Hello, Baker.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Actually, Zinger, I have a horrible confession to make. I have done none of bingo boffin on any of my characters ever. Bingo is all new to me. In fact, one of the things I was thinking about doing, I was talking earlier tonight about how I haven't played Galandriel at all, my champion. I got done with all the quests I could find. Oh, nice. I am now known to the Norcrofts. That's a happy thing. But I went through North Ithilien. I picked some flowers along the way, but when I got done with most of the storyline quests, it's like, I was kind of burned out from daily grinding when Minas Tirith. That went on for way the hell too long. And then, you get to North Ithilien, it's like, yeah, pick flowers and grind dailies, and I've just been like, no thanks. So I haven't played Galandriel in weeks. She's my favorite character, and I've just got nothing for her to do. So I've been playing a lot of Little Ed. I've been playing a lot of my hunter. Nemini, my level cap hunter. I leveled her fairly quickly, and I have a lot of going back to do deeds and things. And just hit areas that I kind of skipped through and didn't spend a lot of time on.
Will you aid those lords? Rohirrim have need of your services. Rohirrim will need your aid. Rohirrim will need your aid.
The Rohirrim need my aid. Zabelberenden. I am not doing the bingo. Yeah, landscape at Cliving. I'm just working on Rohan.
Our mission is dire. The Reeve sent you to me to help with our problems? Good. An important part of guard duty is riding the bounds.
Riding the bounds. Because that's a thing, apparently. I was asking because I left poor Bingo there in Cliving and didn't follow up on the quest chain. That's okay. Bingo doesn't mind. He's pretty flexible on the matter.
What business have you?
Moldings will not arrive soon. This is important.
Time is short. So is hope.
You should just hope that time is short, and then you'll be okay.
Will you aid the horse lords?
And this dude's dead. I was already in here. I know he's dead. I can't walk in there. What else we got? Can't go in there. Well, hopefully he is still in Cliving and you can pick him up if ever the mood strikes. So maybe doing Bingo Boffin will be my excuse for dusting Galadriel out and getting her out of mothballs and give her something to go do. Since grinding dailies and picking flowers is of low interest.
Our vision is dire.
I may acquiesce at some point, but not immediately. Hope he doesn't get bored and goes back to the Shire. Yeah, that wouldn't be any fun to get him all the way to Cliving and then have to restart. Frivolous disputes. We're gonna go ride the markers. That would be hard to port if I were on a ship instead of a horse. It's Rangar's farm. We're riding on to the second main. Second marker. Yep. It looked like a... Oh, I fought him earlier and had to break off. I was hitting him fine, but I ran out of Worsted power. And I'd have been dead in about 10 seconds fighting him on foot. As a matter of fact, I think I got knocked off and had to flop. Okay, you interrupted my mining. Now I'm mad. Well, that's disappointing. The third marker. Got to pay attention to where the arrow's pointing. The last marker is to the north of this one. Good night, Elder. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry if I'm a little comatose tonight. Excuse me. That felt like a fairly long day at work. More to do than there should have been. And I had an airplane club meeting tonight. He didn't count as a farmland mounted kill. Defeat White Hand pillagers at each farmstead. There we go, one pillager down. There's an indigo plant. That is exciting. One more mounted to go. That's weird. Wonder why that quest didn't self-advance. I picked it up out here on landscape. I can talk to him about it in cliving. I got 2 more pillagers to kill. And I think the farmhouse thing is for a different area. Reputation change, deed bestowed, friend of the Norcrofts. Completed, known to the Norcrofts. Title awarded, LOTRO points. And I got something in the mail. There we go. Not an invader. And he should bleed out. I failed to burgle. How do you set up those 2 extra rows of skills? Rows 4 and 5 just have to be activated in the user interface. Let me get back to cliving here real quick and I can show you. Okay. So, if you go into Settings, Options, UI Settings, actually Quick Slots, check Always Show Bar 5 and Always Show Bar 4. And then dock them, and after you turn that, they'll be around here somewhere. And of course you just hit Control and / and that pulls up the user interface so you can move the bars around as needable. Programmable drag box, that's nice. Know what that does. Bar 2, blah 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 blah. Of course I'm mounted now, so it's going to look different. But you can move and customize the UI however you'd like, and then just hit Control / when you're done. And if you screw something up horribly, you can go back and just reset everything to defaults and start over. Outside of cliving, outside of cliving. Apparently I need to be outside of cliving. Anyway, that road right there will take you up to Wildermore. There's a few spots to access it here in Rohan. This is one of them. Western Cliving Watchtower.
Rohirrim have need of your services. Our mission is dire. What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Ooh, shiny. Actually, I am almost 2 hours over schedule, which is fine. Nobody else was scheduled to stream tonight, and I've been having fun. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Appreciate Maiden rating me. And appreciate everybody who's hung out and chat, but I think I'm going to call it a night. Let's take a look at Well, I'm a complete derp. I forgot to restart my own follow. But that's okay. Let's see if there's anybody else up playing anything fun. We can go raid and say hi. Adventures After Dark. Rcast is streaming. I host Rcast a lot, but he tends to stream late, so there's a reason for that. Let's go ahead and raid Rcast, and let's go over and say hello. If you're not already following him, throw him a follow. It doesn't cost you anything. And he's getting to be a pretty good streamer. He's regular about it. Doesn't have a cam up or anything fancy, but he's playing the game and having a good time. So I want to thank everybody who came out tonight for watching. And I'm going to go ahead and park it here. But like I said, let's go over and say hi to Rcast. Oh, Manalishi has a question. Do you think Lore Master is in a bad spot? Just returning to the game and just curious. Lore Master is not very strong right now. I have a Lore Master. I play fairly regularly on Crick Hollow. Lore Master, they've been making some tweaks to Hunter and to Burglar. And Hunter and Burglar were both considered way underpowered. Burglar's okay. Hunter's gotten a lot better, but Lore Master was considered one of the highest DPS classes in the game, range DPS in particular, and Rune Keeper. You've got a couple of glass cannons there that wear light armor. I mean, they can outdamage most of the melee classes. So everybody wants to be more powerful than they already are. But the Lore Masters that I see streaming don't have any problems kicking ass and taking names. I would be very surprised if, majority of Lore Masters really felt that they were just given the raw deal. I think Lore Masters are just fine. In fact, you're the first person I've heard suggest that, Manalishi. I think if you come back to the game, you won't have any problems with Lore Master. And even if you do, I mean, that's what class balancing's all about. If Lore Master falls behind, they'll get brought back up to speed soon enough. See, I managed to get that muted before I sneezed, so I'm pretty happy about that. But, yeah, that's what LOTRO stream's for here, too. Come by, ask questions. We've got lots of great streamers. We've got lots of knowledgeable players in chat. If you're thinking about playing LOTRO, play LOTRO. It's a lot of fun. If you're thinking about streaming LOTRO, please join us. LOTRO has a great community here on Twitch. We tend to support and help each other out, like we're getting ready to go raid Rcast. And the more of us that are watching and the more of us are streaming, the higher LOTRO's profile will be, and the more likely we can attract new and returning players. So you're helping everybody out if you stream LOTRO, and if you don't feel like streaming, well, just be sure to watch. Even if I'm playing and not streaming, I'll usually have somebody else's stream up, and I'll watch and listen while I'm kind of off doing my own thing anyway. So nothing wrong with that. Looking forward to having you back in the game, Manalishi. There's a lot of people who used to play that, they're starting to hear about Minas Tirith, and they're starting to hear about Osgiliath, and the new Mordor expansion that's supposed to be coming in the not wildly distant future. And it's an exciting time. The devs have added a bunch of great new content, and there's more to come. So we're having a good time, and a lot of us really enjoy playing LOTRO regularly, myself included. So have a great night, everybody. Let's go say hi to Rcast, and feel free to throw him a follow if you haven't done so already.